You can hear that. Text to actually make sure game audio is capturing. My mic seems to be working. All right, that's good. Ah, the music's not on. Oh, that's fine. Did a little bit of... yeah, it was just low. I'm checking... Yeah, looks like my mic seems to be picking up just fine. The game sound was just low. Yeah, I noticed the same thing, Kat. It was just like, there's no sound. So I did a little bit of work on this particular save over the weekend, doing some hard drive hunting. So I was able to pick up a few things. Coffee in hand, away we go. Exactly. Oh, good Lord, I need it. Everything has been breaking here today. Okay. So, this area is called the Blue Crater. We're right down here on the map. And this is where we're going to build a factory. One of the things we did on Saturday was we pushed things to the point where we finished phase 3. And now we're well into phase 4. So we need to build an aluminum factory. That's one of the things we're going to need going forward. I haven't done anything so far except to bring some power. That's about it. I brought a power line out. Because boy-oly, we gonna need it. And this is gonna be interesting, because, well, things have changed a little. And welcome in, Shinzo. Thank you for the follow. I believe, yeah, I seem to remember it's like you were hanging out in Faust stream when we were talking about Satisfactory, so hey, welcome in. Pink Forest, huh? Well, if I'm not mistaken, one second. Yeah, there's actually a couple of there's a couple of maps over on the Satisfactory wiki that actually show the names, the official names of the different areas. Let me see if I can pull one up. One second. So I like questions. I just want to see if I can give you the proper answer, you know? Ah, here's one. Okay. Over to OBS, switch over to that scene real quick. Here we go. This is actually just straight off the Satisfactory wiki. These are what are considered the official, imagine I'm making air quotes, names for all of the different zones. We're down in the area called Blue Crater, and so the purple forest is generally referred to, as you can see here, as the southern forest. Imagine me using air quotes again. The area where we built the base for this save was in the area that it just calls Long Beach. I hate that name because that's also a place in California, and it gets really confusing. So I prefer the other name that I've heard people use, which is Gold Coast. Which is because there's like 2, 3, or at least there were like 2 or 3 pure Caterium nodes out there. I think it's one less now, but there's still at least two. But anyway, yeah, these are the official names that the game uses. Like the developers, what they call the different areas. Of course, over time, the players sort of add their own names for these things. Like the area that's called Western Dune Forest is the area that I call Coalinga. There's a little spot down in Grassy Fields over on the westernmost side that I call Iron Valley, because there's a little valley that has like 8 iron nodes in a small area. But yeah, we're over here in Blue Crater. And that is where we are going to build an aluminum plant. How do you define brain rot game, Shinzo? 738, 617. I don't know if those numbers mean anything to me. But yeah. Things already actually look a little different from Update 8 because there's this thing. That wasn't there before. And there used to be a SAM node on top of that thing. Now I just see a little purple slug and that's about it. So, stuff is already different. Use the map to find coordinates in-game. The only issue with that is the coordinate numbers it gives me are 4 characters, comma 4 characters. The number you just gave me was 3 and 3. So if I'm assuming that you're... See, if I go all the way to the upper left-hand corner of the map here, it's 4 digits negative, 4 digits negative. So, if we navigate to the coordinates you gave, 7, 3, 8, comma, 6, 1, 7. That's Titan Forest. Like, there's an area there, like, right about here, right next to the little spot you gave me, that I call Tiger Point. The reason why I tend to call it that is because it tends to be a spot where a lot of railroad lines merge. Like there's a line that always goes up this way, and a line that goes up this way, and a line that goes that way. Like, it's a meeting point for a bunch of railroads. And, hey, Rainbow Snow, how's it going? But yeah, the coordinates you gave me point to just slightly next to it. Kind of want to build a base here. I mean, I do build a base there, but only on the modded saves, because that's where I build the fusion plant for the modular power. I also set a little power up. Well, are you going to admit to being cute there, Rainbow Snow? You know the rule. Grumpy Fox says, yeah, I know. Okay, now you can go on ahead and ride around with me. Help me count. By the way, one thing that is new is if you look down in the Abouts, under Socials, there's a new entry. I did finally set up a Discord. It was mostly a case of I was going to coordinate with the Trans XP TTRPG folks, but well, everybody there's been going through a bunch of stuff. Everybody's been going through it. Nobody's had the time to work on stuff, and it's just like, I need a spot that is just a community Discord for this particular channel. Yeah, I've been having a time. So it's like I needed a little spot that was for this channel, and it's like when the Trans XP TTRPG folks are ready, they can open up their space. Yay! I just set it up this weekend. If I need to fix and change anything, holler at me in the Discord, and I'm planning on doing some, like, you know, like go live notifications and stuff. I've already set up a bunch of things there. I'm hoping to make it a nice little sort of community space. There you are. Now, yay! Extra SSD. Yeah, it was one of the things. I had trouble with one of my desk switches this morning. I got that fixed, and now my NAS drive isn't working. For some reason. It's fallen completely off the network, which really made OBS unhappy because it couldn't access a bunch of things. So I had to, you know, relocate a bunch of things to my main hard drive, and it was a whole production. So, we've got oil, we've got coal, we've got iron, as you can see. There's copper, there's sulfur, but there's one ingredient that we need that isn't here. Still recovering, but feeling a bit better. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better. Might still be another hour or two until I'm good. Well, recovering takes time. I hear a slug. But yeah, there's one major ingredient that is missing here. We need bauxite. And bauxite tends to be around the equator of the map. Not here. So what's probably going to happen is I'm going to need to ship it in by train. Not really a problem. Can do that. One of the things that I've been doing kind of different on this particular save, I have joined and I'm now your problem. Absolutely. What it's for. I know a lot of random bots like to come in and they type, you know, pound Discord so that they can, you know, get access to the Discord, and it's just like, yeah, maybe I don't want bots doing that. So I think for now, unless it becomes an issue, just gonna direct folks to the About. But yeah, the first thing we need to get done is we're gonna need some bauxite. Besides doing a bunch of resources hunting over the weekend, I also went and updated a few things. Because, you know, I was hunting materials. Found that Discord link. Ooh. I went and added a few more things. To void storage so that we have them. Oop, there we go. Bots get the hammer, they do. They absolutely do. That's a really good question, Rainbow Snow, actually. Let's make an art channel. Thank you for reminding me. I completely spaced that. I even mentioned it in the rules under art that it's like no AI art, and if you like post your art, make sure to like give yourself proper attribution. Let's do something under general discussion and let's call it art. Save for work. We can maybe do an NSFW one later. Once we have some kind of... Yeah, I just made you an art channel, Rainbow Snow. It's there under gender discussion. General discussion. I should make a channel called Gender Discussion now. Yeah, I want to make sure that this server is 18 plus. So like before you can even enter, you have to sit there and hang on. 1 second. I'm on it. Allow. There we go. Got it. Yeah, I would like to have a way to try and guarantee that everybody is 18 plus. Failing that, essentially you have to agree that you are in fact 18 plus in order to get access to the 18 plus channel. And you have to actually specifically request it, and then you'll get access to it. That's what I'm thinking. I haven't set that up yet. Yes, you will find good company in terms of randomizers here. So every single part that is made here now has a presence in void storage. Including some that earlier I was like, does this really need to be here? Like stators and AI limiters and black powder. It's like these are components that are used in other things. It's like, do these things really need to be here? Well, yeah, actually they kind of do. The reason being because there are some hard drive chests or hard drive, crashed pods. That require them as the key to unlock them. There's one that asks for 2 black powder. It's out in North Forest. And then there's one that requires, like, circuit boards. They're in Blue Crater. And I'm like, that's a part I'm not uploading. So it's like, that's a part I'm gonna have to gonna start uploading. So what I think I'm gonna do... So I'm just gonna build a line foundations out over to the Pelosi Island station. However, instead of joining onto that factory, we're going to kind of build a new platform off to the left-hand side that goes up. Because up there... Hey, game, why can't I ping? Okay, the game won't let me ping right now. For whatever reason, but just trust me, it's up there. On that little ridge. There's also a hard drive up there that I can't unlock without heat sinks, which I... Have I found any? I did find 8. Okay. Maybe I can open that one now. See, I low-key do Souls Run, but I die so much. I mean, isn't that the point of a Souls Run? Isn't that just how those things work? I mean, unless you're, like, super hardcore and doing, like, a no-death run. See, I've been doing something really weird and different this particular time around. I've never done this before, and that's a combination of multiple different train lines on multiple different track circuits, but instead of either having a giant cobweb of interconnected train lines throughout the map, or one big central loop circuit, I'm doing multiple smaller, independent, non-connecting train loops. I've never done this before. We'll see how it works out. If it doesn't work, I can always convert it over to one of the other types. It's like there's one train line up there, there's another train line down here, and those are separate circuits. Does Blender renders count as art? I mean, they count as art if you did them and not an AI. My big thing is I'm strictly no AI. That's where I draw the line. Like, hell, I'm pretty sure somebody could even do some cool stuff in Satisfactory, and I'd call that art. I mean, if you watch any of the Coffee Stain streams, there are a bunch of people who do crazy, wacky stuff with art in Satisfactory. It's redonkulous and cool, and it's like, that is fucking art as far as I'm concerned. That is art. It is 3D rendered art built in the Satisfactory game. Yeah, so long as no AI, then it's good. That's my rule. Actually, let's use a different foundation type. Just ramps. Let's use double ramp. Just because it looks cleaner. Ugh. I don't like the fact that I'm clipping through a power line. I might fix that later. Just make sure to give proper attribution for art. If it's your art, you know, attribute it to yourself. I just want to make sure that, like, art gets proper attribution. There's a summer sloop over there that I missed. Traipsing all over the world, picking up hard drives and summer sloops and Mercer spheres, and I still managed to miss some. How much higher do I want to go? I'm gonna level out. Maybe a little bit of slow rise ramp. I think that'll about do it. So, there's a bauxite node. Pure bauxite right there. And there's another one right up there where that tower is set up. We're gonna grab both of those and we're gonna ship them downstairs to the train to feed the new little factory we're building. And while we're at it, heat sinks. Apparently I do have some. Behold the power of gun. Which I didn't have last time we met. I have since gone and built gun. Because I got sick and tired of dealing with these guys. Oh lord. There's another one. Alright. The trick to these things is you get out the gas nobelisks and you go womp. The poison gas kills bees instantly. It's not heat sinks anymore! It's quartz crystals now! Okay. Okay. Fine. We can do that. And yay, another hard drive that I can add to my pile. Because I'm just collecting them now because I hit the point with hard drive scanning earlier where it has no more recipes available. I've got them all locked up in the MAM. Here, I'll show you something. If you collect enough hard drives, but you don't actually pick anything, you just end up with this big fucking list. So much so that it sits there and there's this bug where it won't let you scroll up. And if you look, it's like recycled plastic or nothing. There's nothing left. It's all here. At least until we tech up our tech level, which is what the current milestone is about. That will unlock a whole bunch of stuff for us. Art, I usually has credits on, and if they don't, I will provide. Good. That's all I'm asking. I'm waiting on my partner to answer who made 2 of the arts, because I no remember. Fair. Oh, hi. You look like a puppy that wants attention. I can give you attention, puppy. But you're not the kind of puppy I can pet. Uh-oh. Okay, I could have done a better job there. But hey, 4 spitter remains. Spitter remains. That's cool. Okay, that's full, that's full. Did I miss anything? I don't think so. Okay. I'll provide C credits on art I post if I can. Sometimes I like to post stuff people send me because I have no clue who the artist is. Well, I would appreciate it if you do know the artist to give proper attribution. If you don't know who the artist is, at least make an attempt to try and find out. I like how those things just completely off. 2 alpha hogs. Bam! Killed both of them because they were right next to each other. Goodbye. Alright. Hogs. Snatchers. Spitters. There we go. That can be difficult when all you have is a couple of letters. And it's not someone you've heard of, but I'll try. Yeah, it's not, I mean, realistically, that's all I can ask. You know, I actually haven't made a blueprint for this, so time to fix that. This will be very familiar to Cat and Bows. It's basically going to be the same as the one I used on her save. Except it's going to be 2 belts instead of 1. Let's put a hypertube on the top, because the hypertube always goes on the top. Yeah, making an attempt is better than not even trying. Exactly, I 100% agree. It's like, I'm not going to ban you from the server if you can't properly attribute a particular piece of art. Only if it's AI. Then I might lose my shit. I don't like that because it's so close to the ground and it's really easy for the power nub to get lost in the grass. I prefer it be up, like, up here. See, I can't slap it on the top. But I can always stick it on one side. Oh, that's how I managed to find out. The one person I was trying to sell a picture of a fursuit they found was randomly off eBay, and I bet I don't notify eBay the seller about the scam. Yeah. That's pretty much the best thing you can do in that situation. Okay. By the way, I did build a second major factory. You can actually see it from here. It's over there. It's actually at Spire Coast, where I built my factory last season. Except in this case, it's not like a huge mega factory, it's just... Well, it's a big factory. I guess it depends on your definition of a mega factory. It's a bloody big one, but it's only like a main floor full of factory and then a floor with a train station. As opposed to like a 6 or 7 floor monstrosity like I did last season. Let's see. Let's do this stack. There's not really a actual belt included per se, so this is a double stack with hypertube. No belts. Mark 1 power nub. And this is the Mark 1 blueprinter. I'm going to stick it here. And it looks like I've been using blue background. Right? Save. Clear? Now, why am I doing it this way? Quite simply because we are currently limited to 480 belts until we get this aluminum plant up and running. And these things, because they're pure nodes, will put out 480 each. So in order to move all of this, we need 2 belts. So here we go. Yeah, I'll try not to post anything AI. Rarely I get fooled because, yeah, if in the situation of, say, let's say, for example, somebody posts a bit of art and it's like, hey, this looks really cool, and then finds out later it was AI generated, I'm not going to immediately ban them from the server. I'm probably just going to be like, delete the image and just say, hey, this is AI, just so you know. Fucking hell, I just made the art channel and I look over and look at all of this. This is fucking awesome. Hell yeah. Boxes. Mini boxes. I like this. Cat, if you ever come over to visit, you're going to see all the furry art on the wall. Let's use this one. There we go. And I do want to set up a hypertube to get up here because it's a long way up here. Yeah, I do know 2 legit artists whose style is super close to what a lot of AI generates, and they don't put like a mark on their art to identify it, so on occasion I've mistaken AI for their art. Yeah, that is an unfortunate side effect. And in that case, those artists need to absolutely, like, be better about putting a maker's mark on their stuff. And these days, it's almost like you have to put a flag on it and say, no, this was not AI generated. I drew this, god damn it. It's kind of the world we live in now. Let's put this back on the bar for a second. It is an unfortunate consequence of the world we live in. But yeah, exactly, Labos. You and I are on the same frequency there. I don't want to go over that way. Yeah, for Shinzo's benefit, this is the same drag pillar that I was using over on Faust's stream. The one that had the issues with the coloration, which I've since fixed. Okay, how do I want to do this? I could go directly that way. Foundations. Let's do a double ramp. I think that'll work. If not, I may need to delete this and start over, but I think it'll work. Geometry is hard when your eyeballs are at a different elevation than the thing you're working on. It's not quite reaching. So the 2 meter is too low. We're gonna have to go up to the next one. So what you're saying is that the new lore cat sees with her tits? Deep lore. That's weird. By the way, let me know how the audio levels are. There were some issues on the audio levels on Friday's stream, and I still want to get everything straightened out. It's like, can you hear the game? Can you hear me? How are the sounds? Is one too quiet? Is one too loud? Can you hear the game music? And most importantly, can you hear the explosions when I blow this fucker up? Really? Oh, I missed. There's one submerged in the floor. Got one, got two. He's still underground. You're submerged beneath the world. You can't hit me because you don't have a ranged attack. But that also probably means I can't get the remains from him. Oh well. C'est la vie. Oh. Hello, there's more of you. Have a gift. Our generosity is limitless. Got a present for you. quoting a video game that I think only Lavos here knows the game I'm referencing. So I'm gonna go roughly that away.
Time we did COH stream, I did notice because I sounded quiet. I noticed that last time I did stuff with QE, noticed the quiet.
So I've been trying to normalize the volume level so that it's like no one was super loud and no one was super quiet, so that everyone was audible. Some worked, some didn't, because apparently the stream heard things a little differently than I did in my own ear. It's like, where did you come from? I just cleaned up this mess. Can you keep it clean for a few minutes? Thank you. Your compliance is appreciated. Dun, 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 dun. See if that worked. Yeah, it worked fine. Electrical power. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I actually do not need power nubs right now. Go back and read the chat for a bit. I mean, if you feel that your outgoing is actually a bit on the high side, that might explain things. I was trying to nudge it down a bit, so it's like I could try and normalize it to everyone else's volumes, but it's also like some of the others can be a little on the quiet side. There are also factors like, you know, how loud a person is normally, what their outbound settings are, how far away they are from their microphone. That's also a factor. But yeah, the point being, I'm asking for the feedback, you know. It's like, let me know how the volume is. Yeah, I think the issue is really the mic position due to how I wear the headset. Yeah, actually, that would make a lot of sense, actually. Better. There may be one or two more of these until I connect the two up. Nudge, nudge, nudge. Will that connect now? No, it will not. Too short. Alright, let's find a happy medium between the two. So right about... What? What? Okay. Just like, what's happening here? Take the extra nubs off. And because we connected it earlier, we don't need the power nubs here. We primarily need the power on these ones to power this miner and this end of the hyper tube. Now, once the top one is powered, it will be feeding bauxite, but I need to do one other thing. So I think that's why at times I seem quieter on streams than and other times louder. That actually would make sense. But really, the only way I'm gonna get it perfect is to do several different streams. Like, yeah. I just had a thought. I'd have finishing the last thought. I'd have to do several different streams with you present and nudge your volume up or down depending on what's needed at the time. That tends to be the best way I find to try and get somebody's volume right. Yeah, 240 a minute. So I'm going to put 2 overclock cylinders in it. That'll take it up to 480. Now, the fun thing is, as soon as I slap a Mark III on it, it'll be 480 stock without, and that'll automatically dump the overclock shards into my inventory when I do that. Which is what we want. Oh, absolutely, Lavos. Absolutely. That makes sense. Now, as for the layout of the factory itself, well, I actually did make a plan. Hey, Cat! Cat in Bose, are you still present? Are you still around? I have something to show you. Waits for stream delay to catch up. You're just noticing there's a hard drive. I don't remember if I got that one yet or not. I think... Oh, yeah. I need radiation protection to get to that one safely. Which guess what we need to do that? Aluminum! And some milestones. But mainly aluminum! So we need to finish this current build. There are a lot of things pending this particular build. That's why it's my priority right now. As you can see in my little checklist on the right hand... Can you see it? Oh, you can see it. Yeah, my little checklist on the right hand side of the screen there. You can see my to-do list. I believe I actually got to start at belting up the assembler homing ammo. Got to start, I just didn't finish. I'm very distractible sometimes. No. Back up. Back the fuck up! Nice how you can see the big factory from here. Kind of new and different. Since I'm used to starting in North Forest, because that's my preferred stomping grounds, it's kind of new and weird and different to see it here. The race is still on to see what happens first. Either modding support comes back, or I finish this save and move on to another one. Because believe me, I absolutely will not hesitate if I finish this playthrough to just start a new save and keep starting new saves until they get the mods working again. I even stopped calling this heavily modded because it was a complete lie. Because it's like, there are no mods to be had right now. So I'm just like, Satisfactory, Modless in 1.0. It's fun if you think about it, and by fun I mean not at all. The game's been out for a month, and modding support still has not returned. Either that or 1.0, or back in Update 8, they must have gotten it done in record time, if this is how long it's taking them for 1.0. Because it only took them a few days for Update 8. Here we are a month later. You know, I just had a thought. I'm having lots of those. Additional thought. For you, Lavos. If we continue having issues with Monday TransXP TTRPG, because of scheduling issues, then we might move Wayback Machine to Monday. But if it was just this one-time thing, that won't be an issue. Because right now, Wayback Machine was intended to fill the slot left behind by TransXP TTRPG. And they're back on the Friday slot this week. So, Wayback Machine isn't on the schedule right now. It's intended as a fill-in thing. also Azure may be in surgery soon, so I'm a little hesitant to do Wayback Machine without Azure. Because Azure is usually my partner in crime for that one. But I suppose if we can get a group of our usual regulars around to do City of Heroes, and maybe that can work. I don't know. Do the power nub first. Seem to have trouble if I don't. But yeah, as soon as I get down to the bottom, I'm going to build a train station with 2 ports. 1 for each of these belts. We're going to run it up from here to the main train station, where I'm going to slap down, like, now you're making me think about it. Damn it. Two spacers and then 3 more cars. So it's going to be a total of a 5-car train. And then run this whole thing probably out following the first train loop for a little while, and then go out to Blue Crater on its own, where it's going to be a 5-car station. The first 2 unload bauxite, which is what we're running now. And then 3 more to take finished products back. And that's the wrong pillar. Oops. Anybody still around in chat? Is my microphone still working? No, it's still working. All right. Hi, Shinzo. Yeah, it was why I told Faust on, like, yesterday's stream. It's like, I'm too tired of doing hard drive hunting, and I didn't really feel like doing more on his stream. Because, well, I'd done a whole lot on this one. I suppose I should be using Babe now. Yeah, probably. It is quite a grind, and it's like I can only take so much of it, you know? Particularly since I did so many hard drives on this save that it's like I completely filled out the MAM here, plus I have like 10, 15 left over. Which, the moment I get this particular milestone done, I'm gonna go back to grinding through all of those hard drives again, because there's one more I want, but I need to do basic aluminum production just to... yeah, just to finish this milestone. Alright. Here we go. I'm gonna build this kind of up on a platform over the other station. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I don't want to clip with those refineries, you know? But I actually do like the fact that the train line B, because I've been calling them A, B, and C, cruises by underneath. I actually think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I heard all you said. I was in the bathroom. It's fine now. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you for letting me know. Ah, the wonderful world of Bluetooth headsets. I actually do have a Bluetooth headset. I just don't use it very much on calls because I'm usually like playing a video game, and so it's like I'm there at the keyboard. Yeah, I don't want to clip through the refineries. That'd just fucking look bad, honestly. Vertical. It's not clipping. Yeah. Getting closer, but not clipping. And that is absolutely clipping. But we can always talk about way back later. Yeah, it sounds good. We can talk about that more in a bit. Self-care first. I still really like the fact that the train goes underneath. That's just cool to me. But I'm a nerd. Yeah, Route A is the one that goes up through Coalinga. And I built it on stream. And it hits Quartz Gulch and then Pelosi Island here, and then goes back to the main base at Gold Coast. The line B, or train B, is just a simple balloon track, meaning it has a little balloon at either end with a single track in between. And just sort of a really long extended figure 8 kind of thing. And that just goes back and forth between Gold Coast and Spire Coast. Out in, like, North Forest. Right there in the desert canyon between Spire Coast and North Forest. I actually think I made this bigger than I needed to. Well, that really begs the question. Is this going to be a balloon track? It probably needs to be a balloon track, actually. And the station should probably be on the bauxite side. Come to think of it. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 foundations can be for the balloon track. Freight load 1, freight load 2. And then figure it's like 1, 2. Need a little more space. I think I just clipped through the refinery. I need to fix that. No, but damn close. Better. Okay. 2 boxes for bauxite. Alclad aluminum sheets, casings, and then 1 more for aluminum ingots. But they don't offload here. And then a balloon track on the end, so I need 5 foundations. 1, 2... 3... 4... 5. Amsterdam. Okay, this is gonna be Pelosi Island 2. The general idea being is that the other one's gonna be Pelosi Island 1. Pelosi Islands, plural. Because there are multiple islands, but let's just... put 1 there instead. And there goes Train B. Just sailing on by. Just good. One, 2, 3. Help me count, Rainbow Snow. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have Nightbot set up, so the bang commands don't actually work yet. That is on my to-do list, because I have to go in and actually activate Nightbot. Nightbot actually isn't even in this channel right now. That is a thing I need to... actually... we need to get Nightbot actually present. And then start tweaking the commands. How tight can I make this turn? 5! Keep this one little guide in mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need about 5 empty foundations between the two to make a full 180 circuit. But yeah, Rainbow Snow, have a good lurk. We will be chillin'. Alright. Now, let's do the same thing, but this time merging the tracks together. And it'll be a finished balloon track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In fact, I'm gonna go and little starting track there to get started with. Connect that. And now this needs to connect up with it. Do I have enough room to make a turn? We do. 90-degree turn. I may have made that a bit long. Medge! Alright. Send it that way. Put some signals. We need the signals. So we want it to go in that way. And then it's going to come out that way. The signals and the station tell it which way to go. 2, 3, 4. 5 cars. 5-car train. And because this is hauling bauxite, I'm going to make this the pink train. Whatever, y'all can't stop me. You can't stop me. There, it's all pink. I get out the hover pack instead of the rocket pack. It's like, oh, the rails should give me power. Nope, I haven't connected this to power yet. Oops. Now, let's do that at Gold Coast. So I already have a line set up specifically for that. Now, the first thing we're going to have to do is deal with the fact that, you already have the balloon track for B train here, so we need to not foul that. See, Gold Coast B? It's basically Gold Coast A, B, and then we're going to have Gold Coast C over here. It's like I'm still doing multiple different trains, which serves the purpose of breaking it up, but also I'm not mixing their lines. I do want to go back to the old way of doing it because train engineer fan of mine prefers doing it that way, but I don't know, this was an experiment. Sort of a fusion of the two methods of trains. The idea was actually taken from Malkavarian, because a lot of things about this playthrough are borrowing a lot from Malkavarian, so they're being done in sort of that style. You know, borrowing some ideas, trying them out, seeing how I feel about them. Because last playthrough I did everything by the book, by the numbers, by the way I normally play. This time I'm doing weird and different, random things. There goes Train B. The advantage, of course, to everybody having its own dedicated track is you don't have to compete with anybody. You don't have to sit there and wait for signals. I don't have to build roundabouts. Of course, the downside, there's a lot more tracks to build.
No, 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 no. Nope. I think that's about as far over as I dare go. Like I can do that, but it's still a bit too far. And I want to leave some room for boxes to unload. No, 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 no. How much room did I leave for boxes to unload over here? A little under 2 foundations. So instead, let's put it about there, I think. That's a little under 2 foundations, but also gives me some room over here. Because this is... Actually, this one isn't a balloon track. It's going to be a inline station. I am going to put a passing track around the other side, though. For when it's not coming at this direction, you know? Gold Coast C. Here we go. And it's going to be the pink station, because you can't stop me. Teehee. Okay, we are not going to unload bauxite, but we are going to unload 3 finished aluminum parts. So 3 actual platforms. Couple of these just for good measure. Sorry, I had to eyeball that one. Bypass track. Ugh. Train A is in the station. Where does this pop out? Probably right around the point where it loses power. So right about there-ish, I figure? Pretty close, honestly. But yeah, now these lines should be powered. Because this is the power insertion station. Now, I want to kind of aim it that away. Because I'm gonna piggyback. Notice how I left an extra room, foundation of room here? It's gonna follow line A for a little ways until it heads north to Coalinga. Okay, that connects. And that connects. Very good. Now, this one is going in that direction. However, this one will go in that direction. There goes train B. Once again, reasserting that direction on that side. And this direction on this side. I just realized it's sort of European style. I'm used to doing these American style. Oh well. It was just, it fit better on this particular location. These are unload boxes. So let's set them correctly right now. Unload. 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 No. Color it properly. When in doubt, add more signals. I really don't need a signal for this section. Well, that depends. See, here's the fun thing about being on another planet. We're not technically in Europe, and we're not in the United States, so we don't need to follow either set of laws. I mean, for fuck's sake, the signaling's different here. These signals are set up much more for, like, people who understand automotive signals. This is not what regular train signals on Earth look like. And again, it varies depending on the station or the nation that it's in. Like, railroad signals, real ones, the green is on top. And the red goes down below. It's the opposite of this. But hey, new planet, new rules. What is? Okay, so. One thing I need to do before we start gallivanting off into the wilderness is actually connect the bauxite to the train. By the way, cat, I mean, you assume I follow the laws in general. I had something I wanted to show you, cat, since you're back. Let's go over here to the web browser again for a moment. Okay. So last time I showed you Satisfactory calculator, and I explained to you generally how that works. This one is Satisfactory tools. Now, there are some differences and some similarities, but this thing has one tool that is actually makes it kind of useful as opposed to Satisfactory calculator. Again, you start off by putting in the 3 parts you want to build, but in this case, instead of specifying, oh, I'm going to do 5 or 10 or 200 per minute, there's an option here that's just maximize. Yep, the highest available based on the amount of resources available. And you go in and you plug in the various values. I actually went in earlier and I scoped out
Blue Crater and pumped in all of the appropriate values, this is the amount of stuff that is in the area. In Blue Crater. There's no uranium, so I turned uranium off completely. Oh, it shouldn't be relevant in this build, but still, all the rest of this stuff. And of course, the 960 bauxite we're bringing in by train. I plugged in the all recipes that we're going to be using, and I turned off the old ones. Because sometimes it will try and pick which one's best based on, the alternate and the base recipes that you feed it. And I specifically have chosen that I want it to use the alt recipes instead of the main ones. And this has another nice feature, which the Satisfactory calculator does not have, and it allows me to turn off specific buildings. Like, Satisfactory calculator has this really annoying 1.0 bug where it thinks you're just trying to convert every resource in the converter. This one will do that, but I can disable converter. Because it's like, we're not at tier 9. That's a tier 9 building. We're at tier 6. Well, it's actually early 7 now, but yeah, you get the idea. I've turned off... I'm going to actually turn on... Well, actually, no, because we can't actually use the blender yet. We have to unlock it, and that's the milestone we're working on. Actually, right now. So yeah, blender's off, converter's off, particle accelerator, quantum encoder, all of those buildings are turned off. They're disabled. Any recipes that are made using those buildings, as you can see, they're grayed out and there's a line through it. Can't use those because I disabled those buildings. And that's good. That's the way I want it. And with them set to maximize, it calculates based on the amount of resources from my survey how many we can build based on the materials available. And it came up with 259 each. So that's what we're going to build in Blue Crater. This one is going to do 259 of each of the 3 parts. I actually want to check something real quick. Do I not have an alt recipe for aluminum scrap? No, I don't. But you know what? That's fine. Don't need to have an alt recipe in every slot. Especially where they're not warranted or when they make things unnecessarily complicated. But anyway, I hope you find that useful, Cat. Do I have another one for scrap? Yeah, I do. The electrode scrap. Instead of coal, it uses petrocoke. There is oil available? 300 a minute. I want to say the other recipe, the base one's faster. Yeah, 360 a minute. And it just uses a bunch of coal. Whatever. I've got the coal available also, so I'm going to use that. Now, one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to snag some power here. And energize this line, which should get the other miner. The miner, you could say, up and running. Oh, but I fucked up the distances. Of course. Let's put it more like right there. By the way, Kat, let me know if you heard all that. So otherwise, I'm going to assume you didn't. That may seem nonsensical, but trust me, there's a method to my madness. Frank, why are you standing on the oil collector? Ah, thank you, Cat. Thank you, Cat. I just wanted to, Frank, why are you standing on my oil collector? Whatever. I'm actually gonna pull this out, because that's now redundant. I go boomf. And I'm gonna go boomf. Yay, look. Both of them have bauxite now. So that one's gonna go there. And this one's gonna go there. Load up. Load, load, load. Is the method autism? Yeah, very much so. But yeah, I put one more of my drag stacks, not so I could connect the belts to it, but to run the power. And because it looks much neater to end the hyper tube that way. God, going up that hill is gonna be so slow for a hyper tube, but coming down is gonna be lightning fast. Speaking of which, if I don't want to get launched halfway across this section of the map, this is what I call a pioneer trap. If you're coming down off of a long incline, the hypertube spits you out way fast. And it's just like, I don't want to end up halfway across the ocean, so it's like, you just need a buildable of some kind to stop yourself. Works just like the trap under your sink, except it's for pioneers. Alright. Timetable. Lucy Island 2. We load bauxite. Save. But we don't have the third station built yet, so off we go. You know, I think I made a mistake. We'll put the offload in this direction. No, this can still work. This can still work. It just means it's going to cruise through the station. This time. Next time when it's actually loaded, it should be set to do unloads. It just doesn't have anything right now. The method is always autism. At least with me. Okay. I want to do another big sweeping curve, but this time... we're going to specifically follow the curve of this other track. Beautiful. Big, gentle curves. You know, I love curves. Curves are amazing. Now, observant viewers and those who were paying attention to this series previously will go, oh hey, you've completely changed the factory there at Caterium Falls that makes Quickwire. Yes, I have. I completely tore it down and rebuilt it. Because, you know, after the hard drive hunting, I actually was able to find a couple of recipes, specifically pure Caterium ingots, which basically combines Caterium ore with water. And I mean, it's on a fucking lake. There's tons of water. So I've got the one miner mining 480 Caterium ore a minute, and then I'm purifying it with pure Caterium recipe with, you know, 20 refineries. I promise this math works out. Just trust me, bro. And then on the other side is just ordinary constructors using the ordinary Quickwire recipe. And that's actually 1,200 Quickwire a minute. More than the... the train can actually load. Because we're at 480 belts. Which means... And there's only 2 inputs, so we can only load 960 a minute. So yeah, it's literally making more Quickwire than the train can haul away. So, about 1/5 of the line is shut down until, we get to better belts. Aluminum, everybody! We're working on aluminum! I swear... Ooh, almost. There we go. And this one's just gonna pull a little swervy. Around the Caterium Falls station. Fucked up my little ladder, though. I should make an actual ramp. There we go. I fixed my ladder. Why the heck is this station like 3 different random colors? This is Caterium Falls. You will be yellow. As I said so. Or... That's right, we have finishes now. I can Caterium finish this. Because it's Caterium Falls. There. That actually makes sense. Autism, everybody. The answer was autism all along. Okay. Got a little bit of a ladder here. We need to go up. So, sort of do a like that. All connected up. Big, gentle curves.
I'm a huge fan of big, gentle curves. And this is why this is an 18+ stream. And then roughly about here.
I'm glad you agree, Cat. Exactly. Exactly. So, if you stand here and look, oh hey, that's almost a straight shot to Blue Crater. I just gotta cross all of the grassy fields. There goes the A train. It's colored like a fucking clown car. And hard drive box there. Trust me, that one's empty. That was like one of the first ones I emptied. Like on the very first day. But yeah, the thing is, it's not like I planned this to go and just have it be like a straight shot to Blue Crater. No, it's just building on the world grid. Which this is on the world grid. Mostly because I don't want to build a train line on ground level that sits there and goes up and down and around the curves, up and down like a drunken monkey. So I know you weren't around for this, Cat, but on Saturday... Friday? Or Saturday? I don't remember. Yeah, it was Saturday. I asked Azure if Azure wanted to jump on and hang out with me in Satisfactory. Azure was seeing some of the new things. And then I gave him a chainsaw. And, you know, Azure did what Azure does. I specifically pointed Azure in a few places, though. It's just like, hey, can you cut down Coalinga? Thank you. Can you trim the greenery by the main base? Thank you. And then by the time I was done, I had like 6 bins full of fully processed bio-nuggies. I'm never going to run out of biofuel, ever. Because of Azure. I don't think I've ever used 6 bins full, ever. We need to get that man a chainsaw in Pathfinder or something. Well, we need an artificer. Though I would argue with the word man and rephrase it as collection of raccoons. Or, you know, hot tiefling, man. Whatever flavor you would prefer to use instead. Assuming you're referring to Vesic instead of Azure themselves. When is Azure's surgery? Key as in collection of little guys. Yes, exactly. It's just a collection of guys, you know? Beep beep, on my way to Blue Crater. The manta ray probably flies right through the track. See, this is why I have a mod. In the modded playthrough, this is why I have a mod in the modded playthrough that makes the manta ray go over stuff instead of through stuff. Yeah! Twice! Lavos, twice! Frank the Bean survived impaling himself on the pipes twice! That stream. Last season. Yeah, it was a last season thing, I remember that. I really miss North Forest. I've got to admit, I want to go back there. Whatever ends up happening with this save we're doing now, I'm going back to North Forest next save. Just because, you know, it's home for me. It's my stomping grounds. It's pretty. At least in my opinion, prettier out here, but everything's subjective. All of this game world is pretty. Except for the Spoodlers, they are not pretty. Spoodlers are not pretty! I said it. What are you gonna do about it? I said it. Hi, Frank. Stop playing in the stinky clouds. I'm gonna eventually hit that mushroom, aren't I? Yep. Just like New Brommel was to me. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I was a new Vassarac baby, but like that was before like they blew them all up and made them like not a thing anymore. Although I have to admit, I did like turning them into like housing areas. That one actually I think was a good move. Yeah, I was a new Vassarac baby. Foundations, ramps. Let's make a double ramp. Somebody's making a lot of noise down there. Actually, no. No. Thinking through this, let's use regular ramps here because we have a flat foundation surface to start on. And let's see where that takes us. Yeah, I mean, all of us were fucking nostalgic for, like, the area where we started, but it's, you know, consolidating the starting areas to a single location was, I think, in the end, a good move. Yep, I'm gonna go right through that fucking mushroom. Mmm. Pisses me off. I think I'll do a 4-meter ramp instead. The train should be able to do that. The fucking mushroom, my favorite mycelia. Actually, I was one of the kids who paid attention in geometry class. Let's try with the 1-meter ramp, but this time starting a little further back. Fucking mushroom, me want to play with my Celia character. I mean, there's a skin for the Sylvari in Guild Wars 2 that's just a mushroom. Mushroom woman, mushroom man, whatever you want. Mushroom non-binary Sylvari, fuck gender. Gender's a construct anyway. Ah, it's just a little tiny bit of the pod sticking out. And honestly, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. And then I'm just gonna go boop. I probably didn't even need to do that. I could just probably start descending. In fact, I probably should start doing that anyway. I tried, but Trig is... Okay. I'm a weirdo. Trig didn't bother me. It's like, there's only one thing you need to learn to do trig, and that's a squared plus b squared equals c squared. Once you have that, it's like El Llano. And then it's just solving for whatever the variable is that equation wanted. Trig was not that hard for me. Calculus, however, is a different fucking story. I started getting into calculus math when I was in college, and I was just like, brain broken. That's sort of where my math brain failed, you know? So I figure if we do a double ramp and then just start slowly descending at this point, I should get the train. Oh, what now? All right, fixed. I don't even see what was wrong with that. Yeah, in some cases I will agree. I do agree, and in some cases it is, but it's like... I have it for a reason, you know? So I'm not going to disable it. Alright, switch to this one. Oh, that was the smoke cloud. Okay, fine. And then I'm just going to sort of slowly descend towards Blue Crater. Duke, 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 Duke. You know, come to think of it, looking out, I probably should stay at that elevation until I'm fully over the, What the hell? Really? Yeah, I think I should just stay level for a little while. Need to get past these shrooms here. These shroomy boys. Now we can start to descend. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you, cat. It didn't play. Why didn't it play? Hold on. They're not playing. Hold up. Reject all and refund. It's not working. I don't know why it's not working. Like I said earlier at the beginning of the stream, everything's been breaking today. That connect. Bonk! Oh, yeah, the sound ones seem to work just fine. That's good. Okay, mix it up. What's your damage? Try doing the head pat or the, Yeah. That works. That works. Okay. Yeah. Apparently, Mix It Up had an update and decided, I'm not gonna load. Even though I told it to load. No, it didn't. It decided to update and then turn off. It's just been one of those days, man. It's like, if you click to load something and it decides to update, that's fine. But then at least run. Yeah, the bonk works just fine. See, the blurp sounds don't require Mix It Up to work. They're just sounds, and then I recapture the blurp sounds on OBS so that when they play, they go back into the sound mix. Visual stuff is completely different. Visual stuff has to be done in Mix It Up. It doesn't need to be recaptured in OBS because it's rendered in VTube Studio. And essentially, Mix It Up gives commands in a series to VTube Studio to do various things. And sometimes I have to tweak the sequence. Like the jar one, Lavos's favorite, I had to tweak it several times to get it to work right. So we're now descending down into the blue crater. General plan. Get down to an elevation that I'm comfortable with, and then just build a big fucking pad and have the train on the same level with the rest of the factory. What do you think you're clipping through? What do you think you're clipping through? The foundations? How are you clipping through the foundations, you silly goo? You're not even attaching properly. Just had to bonk it and it worked. Yes, behind the scenes I got I had to restart Mix It Up again. Another reason I need to get Nightbot working is so that I can automate this process. Interesting. The UI is completely different for that now. There's a whole dialogue box. Fascinating. Do y'all still see the spam message? So it didn't move it from the chat like it normally does. You notice that? That's new. That's weird. Am I gonna run into another mushroom? In game, I can't really tell from down here. I wish to go back up, please. Thank you. Ding, ding, going up. Yes, I am going to run into a giant mushroom. And I think those ones are a bit too big to be blown the fuck up. So we go over. I'm kind of thinking... I kind of want to brick over a huge area of this. Good grief, I'm gonna have spent like the entire first half of this stream doing nothing but building this train. Ah well, aluminum builds are always a big project anyway. If this takes 2 days, I'm not gonna be too unhappy. Content. So I definitely want to keep with this sort of general direction. I'm just thinking a big rectangle this way, following the line of the train. Let's see where this puts me. Gonna make it almost to the far side. Hi, Cliff Hog. How you doing? We come in peace. We come in peace, shoot to kill, shoot to kill, shoot to kill. We come in peace, shoot to kill, men. Oh, I haven't grabbed this one. Fun.
Initial scan suggests partial recovery of data is possible. Take the damaged hard drive to the MAM for analysis.
Nope, I'm gonna upload it. Because I know the ma'am is going to sit there and say, nothing available here. Because I already tried that. Alright. Sure. Quiet. You're noisy. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna make like a little bit of a turnaround for the train and then just sort of build the whole factory on that elevation. Like about there-ish. Oh, geez, how many of those just went right into solid rock where they will never be recovered? None. That's good.
Hi, Cliff Hog. Go away. No one likes you. You're a big pig. You could be a big pig too. Oh! God damn it, Lion King. So what I'm thinking is train, make a big turnaround, go into a station, and this is going to be a station right here. And then there's going to be a bubble track on the far end for it to come around and then start and back up this incline here. So it's going to be a balloon track on either end, but it was going to be that already. It was going to be that way anyway. Big bubble track on either end. This is what we call a balloon track. Everyone in railroading likes Y's, right? 10 cells over here like, Shit. I didn't mean to do that. Glad I landed on the water. And it didn't even finish building my track. Jerk. That's why it had no power and dropped me into the lake. Meanie. So I'm thinking, so yeah, station's gonna go about here. And then the rest of the factory on this side. Most because I don't want the factory going over the cliff. I hate all of you. Get off my foundations. Piss off. I'm just trying to decide right now if I murder you or not. Turns too sharply, turns too sharply. There it is. One, two, three. That's actually a bit sharper than before. Cool. It is a curve. It is not gentle. But it will do. And that should mean less cliff hogs standing on my foundations. Now, it's not going to be a perfect box factory, because obviously this is not a perfectly square rectangular area. It's actually going to be a little bit kind of circular. It's going to kind of fill this area, you know? I think sort of Y off in that direction, Y off in that direction. Except this one over here is going to have the station on it, so it's like... One, deux, trois. So, yeah. Proper Y track. It's called a Y track because it's shaped like a Y. Anyway, yeah. The more you know. I should add that to blep. Hey, Azure. Good to see you. How you doing? Wow. By the way, Azure, I used up some of the bio nuggies that you stored. It's now down to only 6 containers full. Oh, that reminds me of one other thing. Azure Pyro Style, this is for you. They copyright claim me for having Deep Rock Galactic on Satisfactory. I'm going to throw an absolute shit fit because it's in the game. Rockenstone. I should go back to Satisfactory music, just in case they get persnickety about the copyright. But it's like, for fuck's sake, it's in the game. Center line, roughly. It's about there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So station. Train station. I'm actually going to do this European style again. Just because it works better for what I'm trying to accomplish. I mean, yeah. Though I guess you would probably just hoard it all. 2, 3, 4, 5. And just go bloop. And for cat and bows, we're gonna make this whole thing fucking pink as hell. I'm gonna call this Blue Crater. Mwah! Chef's kiss. Perfect. You don't like... You don't like it! There. Now it should be happy. Because there's an entry and an exit to that block. Oh, no, 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 no. No, train. Back it up. You switch! It was set incorrectly. Out of the way. There we go. Switch! We switch! Okay. Pull up the menu. Blue crater. Unload. Bauxite. Load. Aluminium sheet. Aluminium casing. And aluminium ingot. Save. And actually, Pelosi Island should come after. Because the way I set up the tracks back at Gold Coast, the pass-through was in this direction. So it should go to Pelosi Island next. Yeah, just load bauxite, and then go to Gold Coast C and do an unload while on its way back here, because that's the way I faced that station. Sheets, casing, ingots, save, save. Now, before I send it off, unload, unload, load, load. I did it wrong. I need one more. Sad trombone. Oh, it's docking. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Moderators. And we're going to put a priority power switch on this, because I'm a big believer of these things. It's going to be our main power pole for this facility, and we're going to call this Blue Crater. Circuit break priority, I don't know, down there somewhere. And this is going to be our primary power pole. It's just like, this is the factory through that pole. Now, bauxite unload, bauxite unload, aluminium, aluminium, this one. This one was the error. This one should be set to load. There we go. Now we need to actually build the factory. I say in my cheesiest, whiniest voice. I need to buy a break.
So you know what? Now we're satisfactory. Yes. All right. So, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna get myself a drink, and I'm gonna cycle the fluids. Everybody go and do the same. Once I find the button. That button there. Be right back. See here. 5 refineries, but let's not be afraid to like nudge one up. Because I want balanced numbers. I have 2 cars coming in full of bauxite, so it's like I need balanced numbers. So let's go with like 6. So, you know, rounding it up just 5. Just 1 more makes it 6. So 2 refineries of 3. Looks good. There we go. There we go. I want to sort of make a dividing line between the 2 blueprints right about here. So we go Banff and Banff. Make sure they line up. There we go. Okay. And according to my list, it's sloppy aluminum. Okay. There we go. Sloppy aluminum. This is my new blueprint. Oh, this is the old one. Now I remember why I didn't use this blueprint. No. Fuck off. Fuck you. I'm gonna fix the blueprint first. Let's see. Why is the blueprinter console invisible? Coffee stain, really? Okay, yeah, this is my 3 refine. Oh boy. Please don't do this to me. I really don't. I'm not having the day for more bugs. Yeah. Okay, the one main problem here is there's no room for lifts on the input side. That's a problem. So yeah, I need to take all of this off and redo this. Because this is intended as a fluid input, so... One. Done. Fuck. Just as the lowest common denominator, I'm going to start with the Mark 1 pipe. Yeah. Gonna rebuild this. With enough room. Because I need that input pipe for bauxite. And let's use the clean pipe. Take this off the end. Alright, let's look at this side. We are going to want the fluid exits on this side, because that's where our luminous solution comes in. But let me make one minor change here. Clean pipe, clean pipe. Move down, move down, move down. Bamf. There's the console. Wouldn't be able to tell, it's fucking invisible. Are they Mark 3 pipes? I think they're Mark 4 pipes. Oh, those are Mark 3s. Okay. Save blueprint. Clear. Ah, I made them as separate blueprints. Okay, I see what you did now. Alright. Because I changed the name ever so slightly. Apply changes. Okay. Once more with gusto. We're using this as our center line. So let's use this. Refinery blueprint. 1, 2. Except I faced it the wrong way. Third time's the charm. Bloop, bloop. Face in the correct direction. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. You know it's lined up when those handrails are touching. Okay. Cool. And then these are sloppy aluminum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many bauxite per minute is that? 6. Yeah, 6 actually can't work because our incoming number is 960. Let me check the blueprint. Yeah. I put in as 960 as our input because that's 480 times 2. So it has to be 5 refineries. It literally can, and one needs to be underclocked slightly. Yeah, okay. So we're just gonna go bork. Actually, no. No. I'm getting a little overexcited and with the disassemble gun here. Let's get out of blueprint mode. Take off the stuff for the last remaining refinery. Okay, that's just 5. My only issue here is that it's not cleanly balanced. It's weird numbers. But I can show you a couple of tricks for dealing with weird numbers without dealing to modular load balancers, which we obviously don't have access to right now, which would also solve this problem. Beep, beep, beep. It's going to be our 2 input belts. I go 1, 2. It's 960 a minute. That's not going to work. One needs to overflow into the other. Another challenge we're actually going to run into on this build, if you go back and look at the schematic diagram, like, Illumina's solution is going to be divided between, like, 5 pipes. I'm not worried about that, because, you know, 11, it's going to be, what, 200 and change per pipe? That's fine. There's 600 pipes. No, the number that's going to cause problems is going to be that Illumina scrap 1,728 a minute right in the middle. That one's going to need to be split up between multiple belts. Probably at least 5 belts. In fact, 1728 divided by 5. Yeah, that's 345.6 per belt. So, yeah. Not quite maxing out the 480 belt, but we don't want to max out the 480 belt because we don't have access to 780 belts yet. That's the point of this whole operation. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Remember what I mentioned before about loopback belts? So essentially, as soon as I connect that up, it's going to be filling 2 of these, and, you know, 3 of these. The problem is, like, this one's going to drain faster than that one. So we need a way to essentially balance this out, and what we're going to do... Stick a little merger in here. The general idea being, you know, 480 divided by 3 is 160. So it's like 160, 160, 160, 160, 160, with 160 minus some... It's 80 each, and it's like the remaining 80 needs to flow back into this one. So that's why I'm doing that. Does that make sense? It's kind of painful, but this is why I like modular load balancers. They take a lot of the math and the guesswork out of this. Okay, we need water. Consulting in my document. Water's 576 apiece. 576 divided by 120. I need 5. So, yeah, that's just short of a full 600 pipe. Tasty. So I can do this one of 2 ways. I can do a single pipe of 600, or I can do 2 pipes of 320. That's a waste of power. No. Oh, hello. I didn't even notice you. It's another power generator. Yay. Another load of bauxite coming in.
let's do a punch down through the floor to pick up Ugla. And while we're at it, let's do Mark II pipe. Okay. Now. Whee! So, we've got one there, and we've got one there. And lots of water to work with. Part of the reason I picked this location is because water. It needs the water for this operation. Not quite. Let me just do a little T-junction here. Come on. Not 100% sure what's going on with that pipe angle, but whatever. Alley-oop. Alley-oop. Need some electrical power. They're not programmed, that's why. Power. Hey, game. Thank you. Okay. Put a little power socket down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7. So let's go with a Mark II power outlet. And then we need to put a pump on it. I didn't leave myself much room. Invalid pipe shape. Nah. Nope, they need a slightly bigger socket. Should have a full pipe. Why is this one not? Oh, it's already full. Okay. Back to the chat. 1 second. Zoom time. All right. Exactly the same number of refinery on the other side. It's literally just going to be 1-to-1. Get a drink. That's a lie. I had a drink. It's just I needed to sneeze again. And I'd rather spare y'all's eardrums on that one. Illuminescent illusion. Oh, thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. We need to not mix those because it's way more than the pipes can handle. Best we can hope is to divvy it up. 5 ways. No. Get some power in there. Ugh. Okay, fine. Go with the Mark II power pole. Okay. Now these aren't going to go anywhere without coal. I left myself no room for belts, did I? I'm not thinking as I'm going here, am I?
So we need enough room for belts. So let's pull out ye old blueprint. But we're not gonna put them right up next to each other so that they kiss. Tempting as that one may be. I'm gonna remove the extra pipes because we're just gonna go gaily gallivanting across. Okay. This leaves us some room for some belt work here. Now, obviously we need coal. Let's see how much our recipe calls for. $576, so a nice round number would be about 600. And the coal is all... No, you'll see. It's all over there. So I think what I'm going to do... Just start from this corner. Go away, go away, go away. There we go. Double ramp. All right. Little square bit in. And here we go. So we got a normal. I think these are all normals. Yep. Normal. What is normal anyway? About 120 a minute. Answering your own question. Now, question being... Let's go back and look at that diagram for a hot second. 576 divided by 4 normal nodes. That's 144 apiece. Stop it. Hi. Why is this place so full of wildlife? Do I need to exterminate? Okay, so yeah, I'm thinking about 1 slug, 144 a minute. The only problem is, I can't copy and paste settings on miners, can I? Let's find out. Copy, copy. No response. Ah! Camera, why? You were so good today. After everything else was breaking. Paste? Yeah, no. 144 a minute. Evenly. And there's not even change on that. You know, when I plug the numbers in, I plug them in for either double overclocking or / Mark III miners. Which is sort of the maximum potential I could get out of this area, you know? And of course, it doesn't fully utilize all of it. So with these coal guys, it's just a slight bit of overclocking. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Feline wants violence! How many of these am I gonna need? Well, 576 is obviously going to be 2 belts. So what I should do is probably stay on one side, but 2 belts. With the general idea of there may be another stack on the other side. With 2 more belts. For like iron and copper. Meow. Meow. All right. Mergers. No. Because that would just foul that. I need some room for that to get around. Plus, I don't 100% glitters on a stack. They have a bad habit of just ignoring belt settings. Oh my god, why? There. Not quite gonna reach. It's okay, I have a tool for this. I'm gonna remove that for now. Okay, so that should be the full amount of coal we need. Should. TM. Okay. I knew this double stack was going to come in handy. This project. That's why I took the time to make it on stream. So that you can see how I made it. And if you missed that, check the VOD. So come to think of it, I don't actually need the hyper tube, but I'm gonna leave it for now. I'm just not gonna belt it or pipe it. You never know, I might decide to hyper tube out of here. After all, building a hyper tube out of this place back to the main base might not be a bad plan. It's a long ride, though. Might not... Why? Might not always be a convenient train to ride. Will it make it to the top? Not quite. Yeah, hate to say it, but there's gonna be a lot of just belting up resources. Hell, that's a huge part of building factories. You are limited by your ability to get material out of the ground. I'm also sitting there watching how quickly it's sitting there refilling my belt material. Trying to, like, not go too slowly, but slowly enough that it can sit there and refill belt material. Okay, now I'm gonna have to do the similar thing with the coal here, because once again we don't have belts fast enough to push material at the speed it's going to take. So we're gonna have to use that same little sauce we did earlier with the bauxite. Hey, why is it not moving left to right? Game! What the hell? I would really like it if stuff would stop breaking. It's just been my theme for today. Today has not been a good day. Grumpy, grumbly kitty. That should start the coal miners. Okay. Once again. So this one needs to be back slightly. No. Not thinking. Yeah, that'll work. All right. We now have scrap and wastewater. Now here's the part where it gets tricky. I'm gonna come over here. And I'm gonna shut off our water input. Intentionally. I'm even gonna valve it. but it can't backflow. Why am I doing that? And that's because of these pipes right here. I left these pipes on because these are the water return pipes. So, we have non-fresh water coming in. Now, ideally, we want to feed it back in to this line. Now, here's the thing. There are a couple of different ways to handle a situation where you have fresh water and recycled water coming into the same input. Now, it can be done simply enough where you intentionally segregate off the different inputs so that you only have as much as is needed coming into each one. And that depends on your numbers and a bit of underclocking. You can just have a valve, and you need to set it precisely so that all of the water balances out correctly. We have the exact numbers going into each side. These options are, shall we say, a pain in my ass. Here's the thing about fluids. Fluids in this game have weight. They're heavy. So when you have a pipe full of, in this case, as we do right now, water, there are a couple of different things you can do with it. What's our return? 120 times 5. That's literally a 600 pipe. Okay. I actually want to see the rings on this, so we're going to use this. I don't really like that. Do that again. Much prettier. Okay. So why did I just put this big old hink in the pipe? Well, partially, it's
What the fuck?
I'm gonna ignore that for now. General idea being, as fluids attempt to go up without the benefit of a pump, the fluids increase in pressure and resistance to going up. And at a certain distance, as you can see right here, they stop. So
Fluids will tend to take a path of least resistance given the opportunity. But you notice it will go up that far. See now, yeah, fluids not want up. Fluids want to go down. That is the reason why we have lakes. Fluids want to go down. Because gravity, they have weight. So one of the tricks that was suggested to me, and I am trying it out, is like, make it go up. The only problem is this does not actually return as much water as we need. We're going to have to bring in some fresh water at some point, and we have to balance the two. Now, the way this was explained to me, they suggested putting in a big old fluid buffer, but have it elevated. I'm not sure if this is going to work. I'm trying it out. So what's our input? Actually, I don't need to do the math. I've done the math already. The math has been done for me. The water return should be 576, and we should be bringing in 384. So we could literally just set these as valves. I'm going to leave that up on the screen for a minute. Forgive me for a moment. I am setting these numbers. Of course, I didn't really give myself enough room. 1 second. I'm going to try putting these numbers in and see what these numbers do, you know? See if they work in real life. So it's suggesting limiting the freshwater intake to 384. Now, there's a big, massive problem with this, and that's the fact that the game doesn't really... Well, at least before 1.0. This could have changed in 1.0. Which is kind of why I'm experimenting with it. The problem was that it wouldn't actually use the number provided by the player. It would just have certain set intervals internally, and it would just follow that somewhat loosely based on the player's input. Okay, the outbound is clogged. Because the scrap isn't going anywhere. Ah, yes, we need to build the rest of the factory. We can come back to playing with fluid levels later.
So I'm thinking we need to turn 90 degrees and head this way. And let's go back to the plan. All right. So the next step is smelting. We need to smelt. This says 29 smelters, and because we're no longer dealing with bloody hydrodynamics, I don't feel bad if we just make that an even 30. Smelters! I have a 3. Do I have a 4? Yes. Point of curiosity. I wonder if I can go higher than that on the new version of the blueprinter. I imagine we probably can. So we have this fancy new blueprinter with 5 foundations of size. That roughly in the middle. Yeah. I think we could add another on each end, but I put 2 over here. Don't put them right next to each other. Let's do like that. If this doesn't work, this doesn't work. I just want to see. No, it does not work. Okay. Question answered. It's not quite big enough for 6, is the thing. I could probably do a blueprinter of 5, but I've already got a perfectly good blueprint here for 4, and I can do math. We said 30. 30 divided by 4. But 5 would be a neater number than 4. Now I'm talking myself into it. Why does it keep having the console invisible? I don't understand. Whatever. Never mind, never mind. Okay, so... Okay. Okay, so... No, I'm just gonna build this from scratch. Brain is working. 1 smack dab in the middle. Flanked on either side, but then these ones have a gap. And here's why. The thing about smelters is that they are so tall and skinny that you need enough room to actually get the splitter and the belt work fucked up in there. That's why I have them spaced out. But
with one sort of jammed in the middle, I could do this. Is it load balanced perfectly? No. But it's functional. Because, you know, say you've got 20, it's like 10 on that side, 10 on that side. Now it's like 5, 5. Actually, no, it's not even it. If you had 30 incoming, it'd be 10, 10, 10. And then it would be 5, 5, 10, 5, 5. So it's not even, but also they would, the center one would back up and overflow into the other two, so. This is why I have modular load balancers. Because then I don't have to deal with this shit. But now I'm thinking about it, and it's like, but do I really want to deal with that with aluminum scrap? Something that is absolutely bound to get overflowed. I don't know. This is me experimenting. I'm trying new things live on screen. Let's see how this goes. Five smelters, not load balanced. Mark 4 belts, Mark 2 power, and it's a Mark 2 blueprint. Let's see how this goes. I'm very curious to see how this goes. What would be perfect is if I could fit a full 6. Then that fits the 5 that I have coming out. Can I smash this together? I have an idea. Because I don't like how the 5 is not load balanced at all, and aluminum scrap it's like screws. So many little units And you need really fast belt speeds to take care of it. It's really hella annoying. So what if I instead did something like this? I wouldn't use this blueprint very often. Because 6 is such a situational number, you know? But it just happens to fit this scenario perfectly. So, like, that is evenly load balanced. And it fits... It's going to fit the 5 we have perfectly. And make my numbers a lot neater. Nice and even, nice and smooth. Big smooth curves. The alien likes curves, right? The aliens like discovering curves. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I like that a lot better because it is way more symmetrical. What if you just make a blueprint for like 3 or 4 and if 6 then just... Oh yeah, I've got blueprints for 3 and 4. I can do that. The problem is the number 5. 5. And I need to go to 30. 30 divided by 5 is 6. Six. That's the reason I'm doing this. Six smelters. Perfectly load balanced. Mark 4 belts. Mark 1 power, actually. Mark 2 blueprinter. Does that make sense, Pyrostyle? Why I'm doing that? Is my math, my logic sound? The invisible console will drive me completely bonkers. Okay. Cool. I mean, if there are better ideas, I will absolutely use them. It's just the math, though. The math. So I'm actually gonna start... Except I faced them the wrong way. Arrgh. I'm literally just putting that there as an alignment mark. I did it again. One. Two. Would probably help if I brought power along for the ride. This is number 3. I kind of like how the lights come on green and then turn red. See what I mean by bricking over this place? That's basically what we're doing. We're basically bricking this whole thing over. And, here's what I'm thinking. I think we're definitely gonna split this into 2 episodes, because, like, I spent way longer than I thought I was going to on the train. And I'm still barely just building smelters here, you know? Because there's still a whole nother stage to this factory left to go. And that's the actual part assembly stage. Before we load it on the train and ship it out of here. I think we'll do that. Like, because we are actually at end of stream time right now. I have been so hyper fixated on this, I didn't even notice the time. And I do have a plan for this evening. So, here's what we're gonna do. Azure, who is on? And we're going to use alternate pure aluminum ingot. Aluminum ingots are being made. Can I make you go away? No. Annoying. But I can manage this. We have the power of straight build mode now, which makes that doing this a whole lot easier.
Off it goes. Here, have my leftovers. In fact, let's just remove these foundations entirely. Not fuck with giant coral I can't blow up. Straight build mode really does make this easier. I used to do this by hand. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Away we go. One more. I need another row of foundations. Program them. And there we go. Now we're out of dealing with fluids. Let's go back and look at what's going on in fluids. So, this one is the recycled water coming back from the other end of the refinery line. This is the freshwater line. Which, if you recall, we shut off the freshwater line. Let's do one thing before we wrap. Because I'm gone, and I'm gone all sniffly. Whoop. There we go. 384. So, 384, 384 divided by 120, that's 3 and an overclock. Or an underclock, yeah. Three and an underclock. So what's 0.2 of 120, huh? What's going on? Oh, I know what's going on. I disconnected these pipes earlier. Yeah.
This is the one set for 384. This is the one set for 576. Now I kind of don't want to limit that one. Because I just want anything that's like recycled water to just go right back into the system. If anything, I just don't want any backflow. Is it backing up in the water? No, it's not backing up in the water. Where is it backing up? Just not enough water. We're not getting any. That is... Oh, for the fuck's sake! Why does this bug still exist? Lots of water below the floor hole? No water on top. Oh, for fuck's sake, why does this bug still exist? Oh, good grief. I can't believe the pipe floor holes not flowing. We will come back to this tomorrow. We will finish this tomorrow. It's pretty clear if I keep going, I'm going to be all night at this. Angelus Joe just started. Ooh. Ooh. Lady Oka's playing Lethal Company. But I've raided her like just 4 days ago. So, I think what I'm gonna do Alright, I'm gonna raid out. Everybody make sure to take care of yourselves. We'll be back at this tomorrow. We're gonna finish this up. And then we're gonna see if I can get the one recipe that is gonna simplify and change this whole problem, this whole fluid dynamics return wastewater issue. And I'll explain to you how and why it works. For now, give lots of love to a very dear old friend.